echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arout sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Before men whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited Visas, mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois-Marie Arout would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like sparks teeny fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think. They are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personaler. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it into 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer, detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet as sight reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's words. Follies, that is the first law of nature. It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them. By candlelight, copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear: to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote A Crocès l'Infâme Crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him the social contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aged Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers Debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candide begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candide is expelled from paradise for loving the baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candide, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims, never the theories that explained them away. Pangloss, ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candide is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candide begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words: Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candide spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candide carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells Candide she has suffered everything yet still loves life. Her tale loss, slavery, disfigurement becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candide. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclera, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue, and that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candide endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Fernie years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candide, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candide close quietly. no fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence: we must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candide has passed. Now the air is still, the fields soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Ferney. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance, donations to families ruined by injustice, pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound, he writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something, teach someone, relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read." It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, "Be the neighbor." Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters another's. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, "Labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need." That sentence, like the garden, is plain, sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Fernie flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, "I merely let people work." It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds. Neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, "When I plant, I believe in tomorrow." It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, "They helped." May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Fernie are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace, but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Fernie is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, they will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning. There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. And so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Ferney is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty with words precise enough to cut and measured enough to heal. It begins with a tragedy that echoes through. Europe, the case of Jean Cola is a Protestant merchant from Toulouse, accused of murdering his own son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. The evidence is thin, the witnesses contradictory, yet the courts, swayed by fanaticism, condemn him. He is tortured, broken on the wheel, and executed. His family is disgraced, his name destroyed. Voltaire hears of it months later. He reads the reports in disbelief, then anger, then purpose. Here, he sees, is everything he has fought in theory: superstition, intolerance, the arrogance of power, compressed into one human catastrophe. The philosopher who once mocked priests now takes up the case like a lawyer for the dead. He writes to ministers, ambassadors, magistrates. He gathers testimony, publishes essays, letters, arguments, not in fury but in relentless clarity. He refuses to let the world look away. For 3 years he works to prove Carla innocent. He appeals to reason, not revenge. Let us not avenge him, he writes. Let us vindicate him. The difference is everything. Vengeance imitates the crime. Justice corrects it. Finally, the pressure becomes too great. In 1765, the verdict is overturned. The king issues an official exoneration. The Colla family is restored to honor. Voltaire weeps quietly when he hears the news. He says, "I am old, but I have seen something good." the victory changes him. He discovers that philosophy need not end in resignation. The garden, it turns out, includes the world beyond the fence. From that moment, he becomes the conscience of Europe. When others suffer injustice, they write to Fernie, knowing the old man will answer. The letters arrive by the hundreds. Cases of torture, false accusation, religious persecution. Voltaire reads them all. He cannot rest. Each one feels personal. He answers with arguments, essays, and petitions, turning public opinion into a force more powerful than decrees. He understands that to change minds, one must move hearts first. He tells stories of victims as if they were neighbors. He describes families ruined, lives ended, and asks readers, "What if this were you?" His tone is never hysterical. It is calm, factual, devastating. He makes empathy logical and reason. Emotional, his next great battle comes with the Savine affair. Another Protestant family accused. Another miscarriage of justice. He fights again tirelessly, methodically until innocence is proved. Then comes the case of the Chevalier de la Barre, a young man executed for failing to salute a religious procession. Voltaire's outrage burns through his letters. So they have cut off a boy's head for singing an irreverent song. He writes, "The true blasphemy is cruelty itself." Each campaign takes years, but he persists. He has become the Enlightenment in motion. His house turns into a court of appeal for all who have none. Farmers arrive at his gate carrying petitions. He feeds them, listens, and sends letters that travel faster than armies. People begin to say that Fernie is more than a village, it is a tribunal. Some call him the patriarch. He laughs at the title, but fulfills the role. From his desk, he governs nothing and influences everything. The methods he uses are revolutionary. He wields publicity as weapon. He understands that scandal, once illuminated, loses its power. He exposes cruelty not by screaming but by describing it until denial becomes impossible. He turns reason into theatre, making the reading of injustice a moral awakening. In pamphlets, he dissects trials line by line, showing contradictions, mocking absurdities, always ending with a plea for tolerance. He never allows himself to hate. Hatred, he believes, is ignorance reborn. Instead, he uses ridicule to dismantle what others would burn. He writes, "Fanaticism is a monster that dares call itself God." He insists that every faith, every nation, must choose between cruelty and civilization. He calls for the abolition of torture, the protection of minorities, the separation of religion from law. Each idea seems radical, but all spring from one root, the conviction that reason and compassion are the same virtues seen from two sides. The burden of battle weighs on him. At 70, he should rest, but cannot. His body grows frail. His spirit does not. He writes through illness, dictating when he can no longer hold the quill. He jokes that death will find him mid-sentence. He is probably right. Visitors to Fernie describe a paradox, a man physically weak, yet morally immense. They find him surrounded by papers, letters piled like fortifications. Each morning he dictates with the calm of someone long past fear. When asked where he finds strength, he answers, "From injustice. It keeps me alive." He no longer writes for fame or vengeance, but for what he calls the tenderness of reason. He believes the Enlightenment must learn to feel as well as think. Compassion, he says, is the logic of the heart. Through these campaigns, Voltaire reshapes Europe's moral landscape. He proves that public opinion, when informed, can correct courts and kings. He inspires others to write, petition, and protest. What begins as one man's outrage becomes a collective conscience. He calls it progress. Others call it revolution in slow motion. His enemies multiply, but so do his allies. Princes who once banned him now quote him. Young thinkers visit Ferney as if on pilgrimage. They find no mystic, no saint, only a human being who never stopped caring. That, perhaps, is why they trust him. He shows that morality need not require perfection. One can be flawed and still fight for what is right. He writes to a friend, "I am not a good man, only a man who prefers justice to injustice." It is both confession and creed. As the years pass, his campaigns blend together. He becomes less interested in victory than in persistence. He says, "Every time we prevent cruelty, we plant a seed of civilization." He knows some seeds will fail. Still, he plants them. The act itself is the meaning. He often repeats his favorite image. The truth is like a torch, cannot be touched without burning, but it lights the way. He has been burned many times, yet the light remains. In his late letters, fatigue seeps through the wit. He confides to a friend, "My only wish is to see reason have the last word before I have my last breath." It is a prayer disguised as irony. One afternoon, near the end of his life, a visitor asks whether all his battles were worth it. Voltaire looks out the window at his fields, pauses and answers softly, "Look around you. The wheat grows straighter when it is tended." The visitor nods, understanding. Justice, like agriculture, is never finished. It demands constant cultivation. He writes one final appeal on behalf of a prisoner he has never met. He seals it with unsteady hands, smiles, and says, "The garden must never be left alone." That is his final message to the world, that conscience is maintenance, that civilization is continuous care. By the time he is 80, he has become both legend and lesson. Children learn his maxims by heart. Rulers read his essays in secret. He has outlived persecution. The voice once forbidden now shapes law. Yet he remains humble, reminding admirers that truth is older than any author. "I did not invent justice," he says. "I only reminded people it exists." When asked what kept him writing for so long, he replies, "The world kept misbehaving, and then, with a laugh, I could not allow it the last word." As we drift toward the close of this chapter, imagine the old philosopher at dusk, quill resting beside a half-written letter. The window is open, evening air stirs the curtains. Outside, voices of workers returning home. He listens, content. For all the battles, this sound ordinary life continuing is his reward. The warrior for justice has become a guardian of peace. He has learned that righteousness without gentleness hardens into tyranny, that truth without humor dies of solemnity, and that compassion, practiced daily, is the highest form of reason. The candle burns low. He leans back, closes his eyes, and murmurs, "Let us cultivate the garden of justice, for the weeds never rest." And with that thought, we fade into the next part of the journey, a reflection on the age he helped shape, and the enemies his light exposed. The 18th century calls itself an age of light, but the shadows are never far. Every candle burns against darkness. Every idea meets resistance. Voltaire knows this better than anyone. He has lived long enough to see knowledge advance, and ignorance advance beside it. For every mind awakened, another retreats behind dogma. The struggle, he realizes, is not between good and evil, but between curiosity and fear. By now, the world names him a leader of the philosophes, the writers, scientists, and dreamers who believe reason can civilize humankind. Their movement is not an organization, but a conversation, a network of letters stretching from Paris to Berlin, from Geneva to St. Petersburg. They debate, they argue, they contradict, but all share one belief, that light is worth its cost. Voltaire watches this awakening with mixed pride and caution. He knows ideas spread faster than understanding. He warns his friends, let us enlighten, but let us not inflame. For he senses that every philosophy, once simplified, can become a banner for zeal. He has seen how easily reform turns to revenge. The Enlightenment, to him, is not rebellion, is renovation. He does not wish to destroy the old house of faith, only to open its windows. He does not want atheism to replace religion, but tolerance to replace cruelty. He writes, if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. Not as theology, but as irony, a reminder that belief can serve morality only when it ceases to serve oppression. He admires science, but distrusts arrogance. He honors Newton as a saint of reason, but warns that even science, if worshipped, becomes superstition by another name. Reason must remain humble before mystery. That humility is what separates the sage from the fanatic. Voltaire's personal faith is quiet, almost agnostic. He calls himself a deist, believing in a creator who does not govern by miracle. The world, he says, runs on laws. The miracle is the law itself. He prefers the god of geometry to the god of thunder. It is a faith compatible with reason, a reverence without fear. Yet the age is not ready for such balance. Around him, monarchs tremble, priests plot, and revolutionaries sharpen words into weapons. He watches as thinkers younger than himself turn his moderation into militancy. They demand immediate change. He counsels patience. They call him cautious. He calls them reckless. He sees that enlightenment itself has enemies on every side. On one side, the old powers, the church, the court, the censors. On the other, new radicals who mistake destruction for liberty. Both, he says, are blinded by certainty. The true philosopher walks between, trusting in reason and experience, never in slogans. He writes, doubt is uncomfortable, but certainty is ridiculous. That line becomes a shield for generations to come. In it lies his whole method, to live intelligently in a world that resists intelligence. Voltaire studies the history of fanaticism as others study war. He collects examples of intolerance from every religion, not to mock faith, but to remind believers that cruelty wears many names. In his treatise on tolerance, he pleads for conscience without persecution. He writes, it does not require faith to be virtuous, but it requires virtue to make faith harmless. He argues that religion's purpose should be consolation, not control. That prayer means little if it blesses injustice. That salvation, if it exists, must depend more on kindness than on creed. He does not abolish the sacred, he purifies it. For him, the enemy is not belief, but fanaticism, not ignorance, but arrogance. He calls dogma the poison of certainty. His antidote is curiosity. Every question asked in good faith, he insists, is an act of worship. Among the philosophes, Voltaire stands apart. Diderot dreams of universal encyclopedias. Rousseau preaches natural virtue. Montesquieu designs political balance. Voltaire, ever practical, concerns himself with human pain. He measures progress not by theories, but by suffering reduced. Let others speculate, he says. I will prevent one injustice, and it will be enough. His influence spreads beyond literature. Economists quote him, scientists thank him, statesmen read him in secret. Catherine the Great of Russia invites him to court. Frederick of Prussia calls him friend, then rival, then friend again. They correspond for decades, trading philosophy and sarcasm in equal measure. Voltaire enjoys their attention, but never forgets that power flatters to neutralize. He flatters back, but keeps his independence. To kings he offers advice wrapped in wit. To subjects he offers laughter sharp enough to wound without bleeding. He proves that diplomacy and defiance can coexist. His letters are theatre, half flattery, half resistance. They allow him to whisper truths that would be dangerous if shouted. Still, danger finds him. Books banned, plays censored, pamphlets condemned as heresy. He answers each attack not with retreat, but with more writing. He claims that persecution is advertisement. Burn my books, he says, and you light my words anew. In time, his defiance becomes legendary. Young writers adopt his tone, mixing courage with comedy. Voltaire becomes not only a thinker, but a style, a rhythm of irony, a way of being fearless without hatred. But as his fame grows, so does the backlash. Priests accuse him of corrupting youth. Some scholars envy his influence. Even among allies, jealousy breeds suspicion. He endures it with amusement. He says, "To be hated by fools is the beginning of wisdom." The enlightenment he helped ignite becomes a constellation too bright for one man to control. New thinkers push beyond him, toward revolutions he will not live to see. He reads their manifestos and feels both pride and unease. They speak of liberty, equality, fraternity, words that echo his own. But with heat instead of light. He fears that in destroying tyranny, they will forget tolerance. That in freeing themselves from kings, they will enslave themselves to anger. He senses the future approaching with the sound of marching feet. Beware, he writes, of those who burn to reform mankind. They will burn mankind itself. Yet, he does not despair. He believes ideas evolve beyond intention. The philosopher sows, history harvests. He will not live to see how the harvest turns, but he trusts the soil. In these twilight years, Voltaire writes less polemic and more reflection. He returns to themes of aging, forgiveness, and mortality. He asks what the Enlightenment has truly achieved. People think more freely, yes, but do they feel more kindly? Science has advanced, but has wisdom kept pace? He answers himself softly, perhaps progress is not speed, but direction. To move toward reason, however slowly, is already victory. He watches children playing in the streets of Fernie and imagines a world where laughter is safe. That, he decides, is civilization's test, not the splendor of cities, but the peace of ordinary joy. Through all these meditations, his humor never deserts him. He jokes about death, about God, about himself. He says, "I am at the age when one must choose between dying of boredom or dying of something else." Friends call his levity blasphemous. He replies that only despair is sin. His laughter, even now, is service. It keeps fear at bay. He understands that laughter and light share the same property. Both reveal, both comfort, both vanish when forced. That is why he refuses fanaticism on every side. He loves reason too much to make it up. Religion. Visitors ask him to define enlightenment. He answers without hesitation. It is the habit of judging things by evidence and people by their humanity. That sentence could stand as his epitaph. He sees enlightenment not as knowledge acquired, but as prejudice discarded. It is not a destination, but a discipline, a way of looking without hatred. He warns that light creates shadows. Every new truth exposes new errors. The work of thought, therefore, never ends. He imagines the future continuing this work, generation after generation, each one correcting the last. That image comforts him more than any creed. Late in life, he visits Paris again after decades in exile. The journey is both triumph and temptation. Crowds fill the streets to see him. Theaters perform his plays. Academies welcome him as a hero. He rides through the city as through a living book. Students shout his name. Women throw flowers. Priests mutter prayers he does not need. He bows from his carriage window, smiling faintly. He knows that fame, like faith, is a form of illusion. But he accepts it as one accepts sunlight, brief, warm, undeserved, and gone by evening. That night, in his hotel room, he writes the last words he will ever publish. May all men remember that they are brothers. It is both blessing and warning. It is the enlightenment reduced to a whisper. As this chapter of his life closes, the enemies of light remain, but so do its keepers. The movement he helped shape will survive him and divide without him. Some will turn his moderation into rebellion, some will misquote him to justify cruelty. He cannot prevent it. Ideas, once born, belong to history. Yet he leaves behind a pattern, a method of thought that resists corruption, doubt, humor, patience, and courage. Together, they form an invisible armor, stronger than dogma, lighter than pride. And so, as night settles on the Enlightenment's greatest witness, Voltaire sits once more at his desk. The candle flickers. The pen rests between aging fingers. He writes one last note to a friend. The truth is slow, but it walks. He seals the letter, sets it aside, and listens to the quiet world he helped to free. Outside, the wind stirs his garden. The same garden he once made metaphor now rustles like applause. The philosopher smiles, knowing that the light he tended will wander on without him, fragile, flickering, but alive. And as we fade toward the next part of this journey, the final letters, the final home, the final peace, his words linger softly behind. The more I see of mankind, the more I love my garden. In the century before instant words and glowing screens, letters with a bloodstream of ideas. They carried thought from one solitude to another, stitched together the countenance-hidden conversations, and no one wrote letters like Voltaire. His pen connected kingdoms, scholars, merchants, and friends. He wrote as if correspondence itself were a republic, a nation without borders, ruled only by curiosity. His letters were many things at once: confession, argument, performance, and disguise. Each one revealed a part of him and concealed another. They were the mirror through which Europe saw its conscience. He called them little ambassadors of truth. They carried humor where sermons could not, reason where pamphlets were banned, and compassion where the law was deaf. By the end of his life, he had written more than 20,000. A lifetime of sentences sent across mountains and seas, each one a spark of intellect searching for its match. Through them, Voltaire built the most powerful weapon of the Enlightenment: communication. He understood that wit could cross borders, that armies could not. While census-inspected books and sermons thundered from pulpits, his letters slipped quietly from desk to desk, turning into echoes that could not be contained. He addressed kings as equals, priests as students, friends as partners in the grand experiment of reason. He wrote with grace and danger balanced so delicately that even his enemies could not resist reading him. To Catherine the Great, he offered counsel disguised as flattery. To Frederick the Great, he offered flattery disguised as counsel. Their exchanges reveal a man who could disagree without provoking wrath, a master of tone who never confused humility with submission. He knew that a gentle truth, well-timed, was more revolutionary than any shout. The art of wit, to Voltaire, was not mockery for its own sake. It was the discipline of clarity. To write wittily was to think clearly enough that even the dull would listen. He said, "A witty phrase is a truth smiling." And he smiled often. Among his most dangerous letters were the letters philosophites, the philosophical letters written after his stay in England. They compared English liberty with French absolutism, English science with French dogma. Each essay was a mirror angled just enough to reflect discomfort. He praised the English Parliament not to glorify Britain, but to embarrass France into thinking. When the book appeared, it exploded like quiet dynamite. Readers laughed first, then realized what they were laughing at. The clergy denounced it. The government banned it. Copies were burned in public squares. Voltaire, from exile, watched the smoke rise and murmured, "Fire purifies my ideas, will be sterilized and reborn." Those letters marked the birth of modern journalism. Fact and opinion fused into art, argument disguised as conversation. Voltaire had discovered that information, when made elegant, could move faster than authority could suppress it. What made him truly dangerous was accessibility. He wrote not for academies, but for anyone who could read. He refused the obscurity of scholars, believing that knowledge locked in jargon was as useless as treasure buried in stone. He wanted light to reach kitchens and workshops. His enemies called him vulgar. He took it as praise. "Let us be clear," he said, "so that clarity itself becomes contagious." He believed that reason must be shared to survive. An enlightened few accomplish little. An enlightened many transform the world. So he simplified without betraying depth. He laughed in sentences short enough for memory. He quoted himself before others could misquote him. And always he wrote as if speaking to one attentive mind, the reader alone at night, candle burning, low, heart open to thought. Voltaire's wit served not only philosophy but humanity. He used humor to comfort the afflicted, to reassure them that laughter need not vanish in suffering. In letters to grieving friends, he writes not of theology, but of endurance. He tells one widow, "Your tears are proof of love, and love is proof of life. Therefore, you honor the dead by living kindly." To another, he writes, "We cannot choose our tragedies, but we can refuse to be their accomplices." His compassion is always practical, never sentimental. He treats sorrow as he treats tyranny, something to resist through clarity. He once advised a friend tormented by doubt, "Do not be ashamed of uncertainty. It is the first step of reason, and the last of pride." These lines, written for one person, would later circulate through Europe as anonymous wisdom. Every letter he sent risked interception. So he developed a style of subtlety. Jokes within jokes, meanings within meanings. Censors could not punish what they failed to understand. His metaphors became armor, his laughter camouflage. He sometimes used pseudonyms or fictional editors. One pamphlet would quote another that did not exist. One character would contradict another, so that blame dissolved in ambiguity. It was a chess game of intellect and survival. He loved it, not for deceit's sake, but for the elegance of evasion. Yet he never hid completely. He wanted his opponents to know that behind the masks was always the same smile. He wrote, "They will never catch me, for I run faster than their anger." And he did through wit, through mobility, through sheer endurance. The charm of his letters lay not only in ideas, but in tone. He wrote as if speaking softly across a table, never as a lecturer above a podium. He replaced dogma with dialogue. Even when he corrected, he invited. Even when he mocked, he included. He used humor to level the field between philosopher and reader. To a young writer, he advised, "Do not preach, converse." To another, "Truth enters through the ear that laughter has opened." He believed that reform achieved through conversation endures longer than reform achieved through coercion, because conversation, unlike conquest, preserves dignity on both sides. This is why his letters outlasted his polemics. While essays grow dated, letters preserve tone, the texture of living thought. They reveal a mind in motion rather than a monument. Some of his finest insights hide in casual sentences. To a mathematician he writes, "Precision is the politeness of thinkers." To a soldier, courage without reason is a wild dog. To a poet, the rhythm of a verse is the rhythm of breathing. If it stops, so does the reader. He could be teacher, friend, and provocateur in the same paragraph. He turned correspondence into mentorship on a continental scale. Many of his recipients never met him, yet felt they knew him intimately. He belonged to them, not as idol, but as companion in the art of questioning. He gave them permission to think aloud. And that permission, granted quietly through envelopes, became one of the most subversive acts of his century. The tone of his letters also reveals a paradox. For all his attacks on hypocrisy, Voltaire loved the theatre of life. He enjoyed playing roles: courtier, rebel, sage, comedian. He believed irony was not deceit but perspective. It allowed him to see both sides of truth at once. Seriousness, he said, is the refuge of the mediocre. Yet his laughter always served. Sincerity. He joked, only to expose what people took too seriously. In his later years, the letters mellow. He no longer fights with everyone. He chooses his battles with care. He praises young thinkers, encourages women, writers, and debates priests who have learned, finally, to answer with civility. The age has changed, partly because he forced it to. But not all his correspondence is gentle. Sometimes the old fire returns. When he reads of injustice, the sentences sharpen instantly. He writes to a bishop defending intolerance. If you wish to serve God, begin by making men less miserable. He writes to a minister who excuses censorship. Do you fear words? Then you have already lost. Even at 80, his pen still carries the precision of outrage. He signs each letter not as philosopher or noble, but simply Voltaire, cultivator of Ferney. That title, half humorous, becomes his signature philosophy. Cultivator, one who tends the soil, the mind, the human conscience. It replaces all other honors. Through these letters, Europe learns to think aloud. They form the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying shock, sympathy, and stimulation across distance. Voltaire teaches that conversation itself is civilization. That where people exchange words, they are less likely to exchange blows. His wit softens disagreement into curiosity. He makes the act of correspondence a moral duty. He writes, "To answer is to exist." He means that silence is complicity, and that every reply, even in disagreement, keeps reason alive. He anticipates the future without knowing it, a world connected by voices instead of chains, a world where words travel faster than armies. In his letters lie the first architecture of modern dialogue, toward the end. As his strength fades, he writes fewer lines, but with more tenderness. He thanks his correspondents for keeping him alive in spirit. He writes, "When I can no longer travel, my words walk for me." He feels the limits of his body, but not of his reach. Every sealed envelope carries another fragment of his immortality. In one of his last letters, he muses, "I have spent my life fighting foolishness, and I see that it is immortal. But perhaps, if it never dies, neither will laughter." That single line could stand as the motto of his age. He does not expect victory. He expects continuity. And that expectation, humble and steadfast, is the true essence of enlightenment. When he dies, his letters remain in drawers, trunks, pockets. They circulate slowly, outliving censorship, outliving even the revolutions they inspired. Future generations will piece them together and find not a hero, but a human voice, curious, weary, amused, alive. They will see that his greatest creation was not a book or a theory, but the habit of correspondence itself, the ongoing dialogue. Between minds seeking clarity, Voltaire's wit was dangerous because it proved that truth need not be solemn to be powerful. A joke, sincerely meant, could loosen the grip of tyranny. A letter, honestly written, could change a world one reader at a time. As this section fades to its quiet close, imagine him once more at his desk, the quill moving slowly across parchment. He signs his name, folds the sheet, and presses wax upon it. The candlelight flickers on his face. He smiles, not triumphant, but content. He has learned that words, like seeds, find their soil in distant minds. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, someone will open a letter and feel a sudden lightness of thought, a quiet rebellion, a smile at the edge of revelation. That is how enlightenment travels, not by decree, but by correspondence, and in the hush that follows, his voice drifts on, patient and amused, a whisper through centuries, still teaching us to think, still reminding us to laugh, and still daring us to tell the truth gently. By now the world has changed, and Voltaire with it. He has written his way through prisons, courts, and revolutions of thought. He has outlived kings, out-argued bishops, outlasted his enemies, and yet he remains what he was at the beginning. A man in search of a place where he can think freely, live honestly, and write without fear. That place will be Ferney, a small estate near the French-Swiss border, a frontier between nations, between safety and danger, between silence and speech. It is fitting that his final home lies between worlds, for Voltaire himself has always lived there, half rebel, half diplomat, half jester, half judge. He arrives in Ferney in 1758, an old man in years, though not in energy. The journey has taken him through exiles in England, Geneva, and Lorraine, each offering temporary shelter, but never rest. He has been a guest of princes, a fugitive of priests, a man too free for any government's comfort. Ferney is his compromise with fate. A place close enough to France to matter, but far enough from Paris to survive. The land is wild when he buys it. A handful of peasants tilt thin soil under mountain winds. The houses lean with age. The fields produce little. Voltaire sees not poverty but potential. He looks at the valley and imagines a living philosophy, a village where work, knowledge, and tolerance could coexist. He begins to build. He renovates the manor, plants orchards, digs wells, hires masons and carpenters. Soon the sound of hammers replaces the silence of neglect. Ferney becomes a construction site for reason. Voltaire walks among the workers, sleeves rolled, discussing both measurements and metaphysics. He tells them, "We shall cultivate, and therefore we shall live." They laugh, thinking it jest, but he means it with sacred seriousness. Word spreads that the great philosopher has settled near the border. Visitors begin to arrive, refugees, scholars, merchants, dreamers. Some come seeking wisdom, others protection. They find both. Voltaire's home becomes a sanctuary without formal walls. Catholics and Protestants live side by side under his roof. He insists they share meals, arguing that reason requires no uniform creed. He builds a chapel, and above its entrance carves an inscription that confuses authorities. Dio rerexit Voltaire to God. Voltaire built this. It is part devotion, part joke, part defiance. The message is clear. A man may believe in God without belonging to any church. The local bishop protests. Voltaire replies politely, saying that charity is better theology than quarrel. He continues his work, turning Ferney into a model of peaceful productivity. Within a decade, the barren village becomes prosperous. He introduces better farming methods, founds a watchmaking workshop, brings in teachers and artisans. He ensures the poor are paid fairly, that the children learn letters as well as trades. He pays for dowries, repairs roads, funds hospitals. Ferney becomes known as the city of Voltaire. Travelers marvel at its order and civility. When asked why he invests so much in a small village, he answers, because the world begins. Wherever we stand, that is the garden philosophy made flesh. What he once wrote in satire, he now lives in practice. Fernie is not only refuge, it is proof, a demonstration that enlightenment, applied patiently, can feed the hungry and calm the fearful. The house itself becomes legendary. Guests come from all corners of Europe. They find a host both humble and theatrical, a man who can quote Latin one moment and gossip about local harvests the next. He delights in conversation more than ceremony. The dining room becomes his new salon. Each meal a symposium, each guest both student and teacher. He listens intently to stories, asks questions that turn anecdotes into parables. He laughs easily, yet beneath the humor lies purpose. He tests ideas the way farmers test soil, by seeing what grows. He writes less now, but what he writes carries the weight of distillation. Each letter, each essay, feels like a seed packed with seasons of experience. Despite the peace of Fernie, controversy finds him still. The church denounces him anew for his epitaph to reason. Critics call him a hypocrite for his wealth, as if comfort disqualified conscience. He answers with the same composure as always. Let them shout. The more noise they make, the less harm they do. Even kings tread carefully around him now. They need his approval as much as they once feared his scorn. Frederick of Prussia still writes, sometimes flatteringly, sometimes bitterly. Their friendship has cooled, but not died. Voltaire answers courteously, always returning to the same theme, that wisdom is better than power, because wisdom needs no guards. He corresponds with Catherine the Great, sending advice on law, education, and tolerance. She admires him enough to call him the teacher of Europe. He replies, half amused, I am but a student who never stops asking questions. Fernie becomes both fortress and lighthouse. From its quiet hills, Voltaire watches the world evolve. He sees revolutions stirring in America, reforms rising in France. He senses the tremor of an era ending. He is too old to travel, yet his words move faster than any courier. Visitors describe him as radiant in his frailty, thin, pale, but glowing with vitality of mind. He speaks of the past with affection, of the future with curiosity, of himself with irony. He refuses to be solemn, saying, one must die as one has lived amused. In those twilight years, he becomes philosopher, mayor, and father to his villagers. When disputes arise, they come to him. He listens, decides, and often pays from his own purse to settle matters. He prefers peace to principle, because peace feeds more people. He writes that governments could learn from gardeners, remove weeds, but never the roots of life. It is both agricultural and political advice. When winter settles on Fernie, he spends evenings near the fire reading letters. He comments aloud to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing. He keeps one letter from an old friend pinned above his desk as simple line, "You have made thought humane." He reads it often, as if reminding himself that enlightenment is not about brightness, but warmth. In these moments, he feels gratitude rather than pride. He knows that the ideas he helped nurture will outlive him and grow in unpredictable ways. He no longer worries about credit, only continuity. He says, truth does not need heirs, only witnesses. The seasons turn gently. He watches snow cover the garden, then melt into new green. The rhythm comforts him. Life, he realizes, repeats itself, not as punishment, but as promise. Every return of spring is proof that labor was not wasted. Friends who visit in those final years describe the same scene. Voltaire sitting by a window, a quill in one hand, a basket of fruit beside him. He offers pears, stories, and questions. Always questions. Are we better? He asks one evening. Not perfect, just better. The visitor hesitates. Voltaire smiles. That hesitation, he says, is honesty. Keep it. Fernie becomes his metaphor for the human condition, an imperfect paradise maintained by imperfect hands. He writes that civilization is a garden under siege by weeds. Weeds will always return. The task is to keep them manageable. He has no illusions of final victory, only faith in the daily act of care. He reminds his villagers that thinking is also cultivation. He funds a small school, teaches arithmetic and reading, believing ignorance is the root weed of them all. When someone thanks him, he replies, "Do not thank me. Thank the idea of progress, it belongs to everyone." He continues to write letters late into the night, his sentences shorter now, but no less clear. He ends one with, "My body sleeps, my mind keeps gardening." It is both metaphor and fact. As he grows weaker, Paris calls to him once more. Friends urge him to return, to receive the adoration he has long been denied. For years he refuses. Then, one spring morning in 1778, he decides to go. "I shall see my children once more," he says, meaning his readers. The journey is slow, but when he enters the city, it feels like history itself coming home. Crowds gather, shouting his name. The theater dedicates a performance to him. The streets bloom with applause. He bows, weary but smiling. After decades of exile, Paris has become the world he imagined, a city daring to think aloud. He stays only a few weeks. The excitement exhausts him. One night he whispers to a friend, "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he sleeps. They bury him in secret, for the church still fears his presence even in death. But fear cannot silence affection. Years later, the revolution will carry his remains to the Pantheon, where crowds will chant his name and call him the soul of France. Fernie, meanwhile, remains. The gardens continue to bloom, the workshops hum, the schools teach. His villagers keep a chair for him at the table and say, "He is not gone. He is working elsewhere." And so, as we leave this quiet refuge, picture the estate at dusk, the air cool, the fields golden. A single lamp glows in the study window. Inside, an empty chair, a quill resting in its holder, the scent of parchment. An ink still fresh dot outside. The garden hums with life bees moving between blossoms, branches stirring in gentle wind. Everything continues, as it always does, as he always hoped it would. The man is gone, but his refuge remains, a living symbol of reason's patience. Proof that thought, when rooted in kindness, can become a home. And from that quiet place between nations, between faith and doubt, between laughter and truth, Voltaire's voice still carries, soft but unending. Cultivate your garden. It is the only world that will ever belong to you. The year is 1778. Voltaire is 83 years old, thin as parchment and just as full of words. He has lived through a century that feared him, mocked him, and finally learned to listen. Now, after 27 years away, he returns to Paris, the city that once imprisoned him, the city that now greets him as a prophet returned from exile. He travels slowly, stopping in villages along the road. Everywhere, crowds gather. Farmers, students, merchants, people who had never read a line of his work, lined the streets to see the face that had argued with kings. They call his name not as a philosopher, but as a friend. Some kneel, others laugh, and he, amused, waves them to their feet. He whispers to his companion, "When I left, they cursed me. Now they cheer." It seems success is simply exile that lasted long enough. When he enters Paris, the city erupts. The noise is overwhelming, the cheers rising from every quarter like the sound of an awakening. Windows blaze with candles. Carriages follow his coach through the streets. The Academy welcomes him as a returning patriarch. Theatres perform his plays to standing ovations. Crowds wait outside his lodging just to catch a glimpse of him. He bows from the balcony, thin and radiant, eyes gleaming with both exhaustion and disbelief. He has outlived all who condemned him. He has outlasted every threat. In that moment, the philosopher becomes a legend made flesh. The applause seems endless, but beneath it he hears something deeper, the murmur of a century closing behind him. He senses that he has become the bridge between worlds, the old of kings and creeds, and the new of liberty and reason. He knows bridges do not last forever, but while they stand, they carry everything across. During those weeks in Paris, he lives as if the years have rolled away. Visitors crowd his rooms from dawn to nightfall. He speaks, jokes, argues, blesses. Students ask for guidance. Nobles beg for wit. Painters sketch him, poets quote him, and children recite his aphorisms like prayers. He laughs softly at the irony that after a lifetime of being too dangerous to print, he has become the safest symbol of intellect the world can offer. Yet even as he enjoys the adoration, he feels its fragility. He tells a friend they applaud ideas they have not yet understood. When they begin to understand them, they will tremble again. He knows popularity is not proof of progress. Still, he accepts it with grace. To deny joy, even temporary, would be ungrateful. He spends his last nights attending the theatre. The audience rises when he enters. Actors stop mid-performance too. Bow. He bows back, smiling faintly. A physician warns him that the excitement will kill him. Voltaire replies, "Then let me die," applauded. The exhaustion does come. After so many years of surviving persecution, his body cannot withstand celebration. He grows weak, though his mind remains clear. Friends gather around his bed. Priests send polite invitations for confession. He declines gently. "I have nothing to confess except curiosity," he says. He insists on reason, even in farewell. He murmurs, "I am tired of hearing people ask for miracles. It is miracle enough that we are alive." One night, sensing the end near, he dictates his final statement. "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he adds, smiling, "Now leave me to die in peace. Do not make a ceremony of it." A few hours later, in quiet sleep, he does Paris mourns and celebrates at once. The church refuses him burial in consecrated ground. The people ignore the refusal. Friends smuggle his body by night to a monastery near Troyes, where he is laid to rest secretly, as if even death feared his voice might rise again, but silence will not hold him. 11 years later, after the storm of revolution, France reclaims him publicly. The revolution's leaders, believing themselves heirs to his pen, order his remains carried to the Pantheon, the temple of the nation's great. The procession is immense. Tens of thousands follow the coffin through streets lined with banners. Inscribed on the side, he gave mankind the spirit of liberty. Some weep, some sing, some carry candles, and above them all, the bells ring not for religion, but for reason. His body, once smuggled in secret, now rests beneath marble open to the sky. The irony would have delighted him. His legacy, however, is not stone but atmosphere. It lives in the habits of thought he made possible. Before him, people asked, "What must I believe?" After him, they began to ask, "What can I know?" Their change subtle, immensely shaped civilization. He did not invent the Enlightenment. He embodied its temperament, curiosity without cruelty, courage without hatred, and the refusal to take oneself too seriously. He left behind no disciples, only readers, millions of them. His influence moved through institutions he never trusted. Through revolutions he never joined, through laws he never wrote. It became invisible, as air becomes invisible once everyone breathes it. Philosophers debated his theology. Politicians quoted his wit. Common people remembered his laughter. He became a presence rather than a person, a whisper reminding each generation that reason is not cold, that truth need not shout, and that progress begins with a question. The paradox of his life endures. He mocked power yet advised rulers. He doubted God yet prayed in labor. He lived for peace yet fought endlessly. Through contradiction, he remained coherent, because his loyalty was never to systems but to conscience. He believed that the mind, like the world, must be cultivated daily. His garden was never perfect, but it was alive. In every age since, his name reappears whenever freedom trembles. Whenever censorship returns, someone quotes him. Whenever fanaticism spreads, someone reads him again. He becomes the eternal companion of rebellion tempered by thought. His laughter echoes in courtrooms, classrooms, and cafes. It is the laughter of a man who has seen folly and forgiven it. The laughter that clears the air before dawn. Centuries later, the philosopher remains modern. His ideas anticipate the rhythm of the digital age, fast, witty, skeptical, global. He would have loved this world of endless conversation and feared it equally. He would have warned us that speed without reflection turns communication into noise, that enlightenment must keep pace with invention. He would have told us, as he told his own century, to be skeptical not of truth, but of those who claim to own it. His garden survives now as metaphor. We cultivate it each time we choose understanding over outrage, dialogue over dogma, kindness over pride. Every act of patience continues his work. Every question asked in good faith extends his light another generation. That is his real immortality, not a statue, not a book, but the rhythm of thinking that refuses to stop. If you walk today through the Pantheon in Paris, past marble heroes and carved prayers, you may see his tomb bathed in quiet light. Visitors stand in silence, reading the inscription. Poet, historian, philosopher, he prepared us to be free. Some smile, some nod, some simply linger. They may not realize it, but in that silence, they are participating in his last request to think for themselves. And somewhere beyond stone and centuries, one can almost hear the faintest echo of his voice, still curious, still amused, still whispering to all who would listen, "Cultivate your garden. Speak gently, but speak. And if you must fight, fight only with reason." The applause of his final return never truly ended. It continues quietly each time a person questions fear, each time laughter survives injustice, each time a mind opens. Instead of closing, that, more than any revolution, is Voltaire's victory. And so the story closes as it began, with a man and a pen. A cell replaced by a study, darkness replaced by dawn. He left the world no perfect system, only a method of courage, to live with light enough to see, and humility enough to doubt. The candle burns low once more. Ink dries on the page. The philosopher rests, his words still moving quietly through time. A reminder that freedom is never granted once, but cultivated forever. The story of Voltaire ends, but his invitation does not. Each generation inherits the same question. What does it mean to cultivate our garden today in this restless century of ours? The words sound simple, almost quaint, yet within them lies an entire philosophy of survival. It is not about literal soil alone. It is about the peace of the world that each of us can tend, the small circle of influence where care still matters. It is the idea that improvement, not perfection, is the real work of a lifetime. Voltaire's garden was once a patch of land at Ferney. Ours may be a household, a classroom, an online conversation, a business built with integrity, or simply a quiet discipline of attention in a noisy world. Every place where effort meets patience is a continuation of that same enlightenment. We live in a time flooded with light screens, information, opinions, and yet so much of it blinds rather than illuminates. Voltaire would recognize this paradox immediately. He would remind us that light without clarity becomes glare, that knowledge without perspective becomes confusion. He would tell us that the gardener's task is not to own the sun, but to guide its warmth to what needs it most. He would ask, "Are you cultivating your mind, or merely consuming?" For him, thought was labor, low, methodical, honest. It required weeding out prejudice, watering compassion, letting humility breathe between rows of certainty. He would insist that wisdom still begins when noise ends in silence long enough. To hear one's own reason, to cultivate our gardens today, is to resist despair. Every age believes itself in crisis, but perhaps what changes is only the form of distraction. In Voltaire's time, tyranny wore robes and crowns. In ours, it often wears exhaustion. We hurry from task to task, forgetting that the gardener's greatest strength is patience. He would tell us, "Slow down. Do not wait for utopia or collapse. Attend to the ground beneath your feet. The weeds of ignorance, cruelty, and apathy are easier to pull when they are small. Neglect them, and they become forests." He would smile at our technology, marvel at our tools, and then ask the same question he asked of kings: to what end? For him, progress was never a matter of invention alone, but of intention. A machine is neutral, only its use has morality. To cultivate is to choose purpose over power. Voltaire's voice would fit naturally in this century of argument. He would scroll, observe, and laugh softly. He would see crowds proclaiming certainty in every direction, each shouting that they alone have truth. He would remind them that shouting is not proof. He would write a sentence short enough for our attention span and sharp enough to cut through the noise. Those who think alike are not necessarily thinking. He would ask us to bring humor back to discourse, to argue as gardeners debate, whether with passion, yes, but also acceptance of limits. For a reason, like the seasons, thrives on cycles of growth and rest. We must plant ideas, knowing some will fail. Failure, to Voltaire, was never disgrace. It was compost future nourishment for better thought. To cultivate our gardens today also means courage. Freedom of speech remains fragile, threatened not only by laws but by indifference. He would tell us that silence, even when born of fatigue, feeds the roots of tyranny. He would not demand constant rebellion, only honest participation, the willingness to speak gently but persistently. He believed persuasion begins not with shouting but with listening. Speak, he might say, as if your opponent could. Be your neighbor tomorrow. He would urge us to defend reason without cruelty. The enemy is not the believer or the skeptic, but the arrogance that refuses to learn. Tolerance, he wrote, is not weakness. It is the recognition that all of us are fragile in different ways. In a world divided by ideology, his garden remains open ground. Perhaps most of all, he would remind us to find happiness not in theories, but in usefulness. He once wrote that work protects us from boredom, vice, and need. That still holds. 2. Create, repair, teach, or help. These are acts of faith in the human project. They are how we turn thought into life. Voltaire never trusted purity. He trusted improvement. He knew perfection is a mirage that leads to cruelty. Better, he said, to do small good daily than to dream of grand goodness deferred forever. The gardener's joy lies in tending, not in finishing. When we look around at the scale of modern problems, climate, injustice, confusion, his philosophy may seem too small. What can a garden do against a storm? But he would answer, the storm does not last forever, the garden does. He believed in endurance over spectacle. Every era that forgets moderation, he warned, must relearn it through pain. The cultivation of one plot, one mind, creates ripples across generations. The person who teaches a child to think plants trees that will shade strangers. The worker who insists on fairness waters roots that feed unseen futures. Such acts are not dramatic, but they are the foundation of civilization. Voltaire would also remind us of humor's sacred place. He knew laughter is not escapism, but oxygen. To laugh at folly is to deny its authority. To laugh at oneself is to remain free from vanity. He would tell us that solemnity has ruined as many nations as sin, when we can still smile at absurdity. We prove that reason is alive. He would not ask us to be saints, only to be awake. He would forgive our contradictions as he forgave his own. He would say that doubt, properly tended, bears the fruit of humility. And humility is the soil in which wisdom grows. As the night deepens, imagine sitting in that old garden of Fernie, the air cool, the leaves whispering. You can almost hear the faint scratch of a quill, the sound of a chair creaking, the voice of an old man smiling as he writes, "Let us cultivate our gardens." He meant it literally, and he meant it for eternity. It is not instruction, but reassurance, that goodness is still possible, that effort still matters, that the world, for all its noise, is still capable of being tended. We cultivate our gardens. When we study instead of scroll, when we build instead of complain, when we forgive instead of argue for sport, we cultivate them. When we plant trees we will never see mature, when we mend a friendship instead of winning an argument, when we leave a space more peaceful than we found it. These small actions, multiplied silently, are what keep civilization breathing. He would call this the arithmetic of kindness. No sermon, no ideology, just numbers that add up over time. 1,000 tiny efforts outweigh a single grand declaration. Every thoughtful person becomes a gardener of their own era. In the end, cultivating our gardens today is nothing more and nothing less than remembering that freedom is a form of responsibility. To think clearly, to speak honestly, to act usefully, to rest without surrendering curiosity. These are the tools of the gardener's trade. Voltaire's life taught that the battle for reason is not fought once. It is maintained every sunrise. He gave us not conclusions, but habits. He did not ask us to worship his name, but to continue his work. As this journey draws to its quiet close, imagine returning from the vastness of history to your own small garden. It may be literal or invisible, a piece of mind or earth or duty. Look at it the way he would, without cynicism, without illusion, but with care. The weeds will always be there. So will the light. He would wish you not perfection, but persistence. He would remind you that every moment of clear thought, every act of kindness, every refusal to hate is another stroke of cultivation. He would leave you with a final whisper, gentle, practical, eternal. Do not wait for the world to be wise. Begin with your garden. Plant reason, water compassion, harvest peace. And as those words settle, the garden fades into stillness, the air filled with quiet breathing, the night deep but kind. Another century sleeps, and the light of reason, small yet steady, continues to burn. The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, but he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word. That the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, "Reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means." And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking, is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars, scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question. How can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. Rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, "All is well," when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers where logic becomes. Action and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they are only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte, and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots in secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates. Slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those. Motions, he named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that. Quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind Doc life, pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia, a book that never ended, a place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers, a man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair. He prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain, streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines. It is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts, a view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience, a view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully, argue cleanly, repair what pride has broken, plan for the long future, hope without lying, think without sneer, love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question why this and not something else. It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soulich holds a reason, even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world. The world we inhabit to most ears. That sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 + 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed, yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have four sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in Horus, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow, but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary, each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, "Everything is linked." For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said, we cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil. He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain. It is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adusia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse, but as necessity. He said even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real. And nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into 3 parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all 3 are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds, churches falling on worshippers, children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this. Faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave. Enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, "There is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach." He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expansive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence. It is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed, not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness. Both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady, shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, we must never allow this neglect again. The other says, do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both. The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech, answered by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. Teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. a world where wit and wisdom served the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadow shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, The soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward, he found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted, even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. as perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, "If we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it." That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same: to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, "The universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone." It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear but are meant to join. Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds 6-fold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes, while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. unity without dullness, variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor, he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count, but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. He found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand. A well can reach water. A fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed, and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio. Both turn repetition into meaning. Both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes that were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by two methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision too. Kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance. seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them, use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that craft. Modern science changed. The tone of order. Determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. Then wisdom has work worth doing. Then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk. We design redundancies. We seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learned to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. they still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure, the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents